All right. Welcome, everybody.
What do I want to do today? We can take a little bit and try and make up a few points in the tech tower. It doesn't really matter though, because it doesn't look like I am going to be capable of getting top 150 at the moment. I would need some significant rank ups. And I'm also probably pretty safe in top 300. But
We've got some keys. So, uh,
do daily quests. I guess I haven't done today's, but I will. Hey, Sam, how's it going, dude? Mm. Okay, that's doable. I was much closer that time. I just forgot that once I crossed 2 bars, I wouldn't have gained any more, so I wasted a few precious seconds. Yeah, this is doable. Okay, just hit it immediately. No! Okay. That's fine. I got one more. I hate that special one with every fiber of my being. Hey, Neos, how's it going, dude? If I need to, I'm letting go at 3. Okay, he can't do it. Ah, he can't do it. Thanks for being here reliably, Sam. I appreciate it. And hey, Bleezy. Well, that stinks. I really thought he could. That was 148. I was only missing 2 charges. Okay, X23 at rank 6 has 129,000 health. Shang-Chi is 136. Okay, so I was correct, he is larger. How much health does Shathra have? Oh, it doesn't matter. No. I remember why. It doesn't matter because he gains more attack versus mutants. He literally cannot do this against anybody else. Northstar actually has almost as little health as Laura, and the resistance passive is only 6 seconds. So there is and he doesn't heal. So there is a chance in hell that I can kill Northstar at the end of this. Not a good one. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Clem. Like, a rank 4 Hobgoblin with Ascension can probably clear that. But I'm not going to have him for a while. No, it absolutely, Bleezy. That's absolutely the tough part. Hilarious how easy that looks by comparison, isn't it? Hola, Pitu. ¿No entiendes inglés? O la lucha. Hey, Grey Fox, how's it going, dude? Underestimated Patriot for a long time, but now I had a few fights in War and Quest with him, and I love his kit and playstyle. Now it will be my first. Very cool, dude. That's awesome. Ah, inglés. Lo siento. Puedo contestar preguntas, pero no puedo hacer the stream uh, totalmente en español. What is the word for stream? All right. Let's see if Howard can actually do this too, because that's the other side of this. Not worried about Penny. She can definitely punch up 20. I don't know why I backed off. This is really not that important. Yeah, let's do this. This time, we're remembering to get the Incinerate vulnerability. Okay, overkill, but better to practice the overkill. Woof. This one is also plenty safe. Thank you. Zoop. Please die.
Thank you. Yeah. There are some in tech that are just good, consistent, safe damage, and that's not really what you want to punch up with, fortunately. Ah. Tried to get out of there. Nice. Good crit. Hey, Silver.
That crit through block was insane. I was not expecting... That was like as big as recoil. Come on, Howard, I need you to crit like one more time. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, for sure it'd work. Okay, we didn't need the special 3, I don't think, but it's good getting an idea for the timing on it.
Definitely Blade. Like, Blade's not terrible in towers. It's actually a pretty good fight length for his rotation. But Spiral and Paviter are much, much better for punching up. Oops, this was supposed to be somebody else, because he's punching up 45. Okay, I thought I put Shocker in here. Alright. I'm not going to beat my head against this wall if it doesn't work, but I'm going to give it a shot. Oh, why did I do that? That was dumb. Okay, at least I got a stun off the last part of it. Oh, wasted time. Ah, this isn't going to be enough to charge. Alright. Let go at 3. I will try one more time because I have one more key. I'm not paying again for this one. I hate trying to reparry him so bad. Okay, I don't think this is going to work. Nope. Yeah, I need to be throwing the special 2, like, here. If he plays perfectly, this works. But he's not going to play perfectly. Hey, Thon, how's it going, man? Zone 80 is definitely decent. I wouldn't expect to be at the top because a lot of people are blocked at 88, but 80 is not bad. All right, let's take a quick look through these and see if there's anything else I can do. Oh, I haven't even tried this one. We should give that a shot. Okay, well, if I'm... Yeah. That's fine. Couldn't get through 91 in tech. Yeah. I forget what that was for me.
Wow. Should I be doing special 3 here? I haven't tried to punch up that much with him yet. Nope. Okay. Hey, Angie. Have several times, Usopp. There are plenty of Civil Warriors on the way up. This one may be beyond me, but I need to get better at punching up the Tuma anyway. Alright, this works or it doesn't. Yeah, maybe if he hadn't thrown that special and I'd been able to get to another special one to pause it, but probably not. Hey, Quad, welcome. Hmm. Alright, I can get like one more room here, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Oh, it updated. Alright. Yeah, and I don't have anybody for this. Like, it is not a matter of trying. It is like literally the only character I have that can do damage is Deadpool, and he's punching up 45. So that is where that one is staying. I think it's the same here. No. We were just there. Although, let me look real quick at what did I do for 91? Okay, so this was just purely a numbers game for you, work. Because, yeah, this was not easy for me, but if any of these give you any ideas, that was how I got through 91. Yeah, don't think there's anything I can do here. If I rank forward Corvus, he would work. If I ascend Nova or Arcus, they will work. Oh no, I already used Nova. Okay, so I need to ascend Arcus probably. Ascend Arcus, rank Corvus, or wait for Scream. Or finally take Venom to rank 4. That would also work. But I'm not doing that until I have some resources to spare, because I need to be ready to rank 5 Tarantula. Yeah, this one we just ran out of power on. It's a pity Kindred doesn't punch up better, but this is pretty much what I got until I get a whole bunch more rank 4s.
And I have decent candidates for the rank 4s, but that's okay. Not getting there anyway right now. And then this one, I could go a little further in if I just give up on Sandman for now. Wait for him to come and play later. Because that's the other thing. I have the resources to A2, both Spider Ham and High Evolutionary. Sorry, I have the champion tokens for it. I don't have the class tokens. So science definitely has some ability to grow here. Yeah, I think we can get this far and then wait. Would be nice if he had thrown a heavy there. I probably should have baited it, but this should still be okay. Yeah. I can clean that up. I'm being early. That's bad. Come here. Oh, he can definitely do that. I just need to play a lot better. But I think I'm done spending on keys for now. And Odin is kind of big. That might not be the best place to use him. What am I doing there? Yeah, Cap sounds simpler. Or Kang. We'll do this. I'm only going to spend one. And then I'm going to hold myself to it. 2 fights, we stop. Hey, man, how's it going? Feel like I can't punch up 10. Solvar, like, The short answer is just make sure Solvark's fighting a mutant. I could say a lot of other things, but that is really the crux of it. Buddy, throw. Thank you. I don't know why I did that. Why did I do that? Why'd you let me do that, chat? Cap, can you please trigger my decks? Thank you. Jesus, bro. Alright. Get out of here. Yeah, Solvark punches up well, but it basically needs to be a mutant or somebody who is constantly throwing energy damage at you. What's your bad, Kevin? Oh, never mind. I know why. Thank you. Yeah. All right, I'll take that. That's totally fine from here. Before I forget, I should probably do a quick solo raid. All right, what's a Vanguard we want to play with? Hey, Floyd, how's it going? Nice, dude. 90's still good. I think I'm pretty comfortably at the limits of my roster. There's maybe like one or two more fights that I can do if the AI plays along and I do it absolutely perfectly. But I don't think I can make up enough to be top 150. And as I was saying earlier, I'm pretty comfortably in top 300, so I think I'm gonna let it sit for now. Hold on. What classes are they? I will restart if I need to. I always forget that part. Oh, I get to do Vanguard or Assault. Okay, Science or Skill. Yeah, we can use Bunk, why not? Meh. I like Punk, but I just the Vanguard buffs are terrible for anyone other than Tech. I haven't spent any units because I'm too cheap, but I have been tempted many times. I'm glad you're enjoying it. What's the basic rotation for Patriot, Spider Punk, and Lizard? I mean, it kind of depends on what game mode you're looking at for both of those, but generally, Lizard, you want to go special one, heavy countering to pause your ruptures, build up your meter by having the opponent throw specials because you care how much damage they take during specials, and then you throw special two when it's at or close to 100 and it goes boom. Also, you want to make sure that you are becoming periodically immune to buffs, which the Spider-Man 2099 relic helps with, but you can also dex and then throw specials, and that works too. Spider Punk, you basically just keep your two vulnerabilities up from intercepting and refresh them with heavies and spam special two. That's it. Patriot, it's a bit different with debuff spam matchups, but generally you want a special one while the opponents or while your combo counter ends in between 4 and 9. And then you want to get to special two with 7 resolve. And whatever your preferred method of heavy charging is, do that. And then as they're standing up, um, what you call it? Throw a special. Yeah, take care, Abdo. Have a good one, dude. I watched the first season, Corey. I haven't started on the second one. I think I'm going to ask you to rephrase that second sentence because I'm not quite following the grammar. How's it going, Jack? Sure, I'm not blocking. Why not? The one-liner machine. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Hmm. Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. A bit less these days than we used to. In part just because they rescheduled so many movies that it got a little harder to do. I'm playing Two Towersy. Good thing is fine. Yeah. If they give us info, Corey, yes, we use it. But they only give us info if it's specifically like a show or TV version or movie version of a character, which isn't always the case. I guess we can do some mojo runs here. Get these out of the way. What is the fight again? It's just we have to knock him down and alternate specials, right? Yeah. Hey, Arch. Yeah, Null is generally pretty good. A2 Lizard, A1 Piggear, Unascended Sandman. I mean, I like all three of those. These days, Ascension A2 feels pretty persuasive, so I'd probably lean Lizard. We'll figure that out or we won't. There we go. Fine. That was dumb of me. Ouch. That was an annoyingly large crit. That was very dumb. All right. I'm throwing away health here. Somewhat difficult for that not to be a little offensive, Jack. Not gonna lie. Oops, that was dumb. I forgot to throw the special one.
Yeah. That's fine. 15 was good. Would I recommend to take the Sig 200 first? Kindred or Absorbing Man? I think Absorbing Man, unless you really need a defender. Like, they're both solid, and Kindred Sig does scale well, but Absorbing Man's is more important going both ways. Yeah, if you're seeing Penny as primarily defense in 2026, I personally think you're coming at it the wrong way. Woo, that was close. Yeah, Sentinel for sure. Yep, I definitely tried to block that. This is not going to be good long term because the tempo of the fight is just eventually going to get away from me and I'm going to lose my acid burn stacks, but this is fun. I love getting to actually do long loops with I-Bomb. Ouch. He caught me on the dash back. That's fine. He's trying to get out of the way of the unblockable, and he just went zoop. All right, She-Hulk's an obvious one. Oh, I know Null's nuts for him. The degen resistance plus Null just generally being nuts is very good. No, you don't need to know, GL. If something hasn't been announced, it's not going to be announced. Like, I'm sorry, but sometimes when we don't talk about things, we're not talking about things. Okay, what's good? Yeah, if you scroll back a bit, Jack, you'll see me just deleting something in Towers with Penny. She is very good. JJJ is mostly for long form. Yes, I do think that's wrong. He does scale long, but that doesn't mean he's for long form. I think JJ is more for like anything with a quest map, right? He'd probably be decent in Necropolis, but slow. But he's for war, he's for incursions, right? He's not really for Coliseum. I thought we fixed the Heimdall bug. That's annoying. Heimdall has been causing problems. If that is how you define science defenders, then yeah, Black Tarantula is at least decent for all of those. Personally, I consider Spider-Woman to be a problem, and he's not great for her. Ouch. Frickin' snap lights, bro. Is her dashback really that bad? This is going terribly. I might just be timing it wrong. Does not feel like he's playing ball the way he was with the others, though. Thank you. Alright, can we start getting some tempo in here? Preferably not as defined by sidesteps by the defender. Lord Almighty.
Yeah, I need to be getting better with my heavy spacings. I'll probably do this one again. Oof. Yeah, I saw the unblockable coming and was just too late. Yeah, when I said I thought we fixed that, I'm not, like, doubting the timeline, okay? I'm just a little unpleasantly surprised. That's not what confirmed means, dude. Don't try and get something out of me that hasn't been announced. Please. If the team hasn't talked about it, the team hasn't talked about it. That doesn't mean you come ask me. Way too close. Yeah, that makes sense, Jonathan. How's it going, dude? Hey, Vital. Jerk. Mojo, thank you. No! I didn't even have the ability to dash back before he hit me. Oh, that was a really annoying way to lose. Oof. Oop. I hit the striker button right as he hit me. I know she can do very well, but I was not enjoying that. Yes, Gentle is definitely a solid defensive option for Tarantula. I don't have to go to Vancouver basically ever. I'm usually flown up there about twice a year to see my teammates. So I'm going up actually tomorrow for a week. I mean, She-Hulk definitely has some interesting things, but while I know that her ceiling is really, really high, significantly higher than Deathless She-Hulk, there is a reason I built Deathless She-Hulk the way I did. I think moderating things a bit, bringing the ceiling down, but still having it be really high and just having the entire character play smoother is much better. Hi, Dilly. Ghost is a really interesting character who's just very clearly from before when we were thinking about the class wheel, right? Like, Ghost is closer to a skill character than anything. She's not tech. The only thing tech about her is the weakness to armor break. And so, like, I can think that she probably shouldn't exist in her current form while still thinking the kid is cool. The power gain is interesting. If she were a skill champion, it would probably only work below a bar, so that you had to work a little harder to get the special 2 payout. You would probably need to do some other things to then adjust for that, but that's kind of beside the point. The power gain isn't necessarily her problematic issue. Like, her playstyle is extremely strong, yes, but there are a lot of characters who can get openings. I don't necessarily have an issue with that. Hey Maya, how's it going? My issue with Ghost is 90% her sig. The fact that she just removes all damaging debuffs forever, not purifies, because that could be punished or prevented, but just removes. Not a specific subset of them, not like bleed and poison, but all of them forever. If we invent a new damaging debuff in the future, Ghost works for that too. And not only does she do that, but she gets this giant benefit for it, and the benefit stacks. So you can't overwhelm it. That's not healthy. She should not be the way that she is. I think Deathless She-Hulk is a decently better effective ceiling. Like, I know what you mean, but there are plenty of fights where OG She-Hulk outshines her. But that is what I mean. Like, I prefer Deathless quite a bit. Yes, Jeff, that's what I'm saying. Thank you for contributing. Mojo is being a spammy little B word today. Yeah, this is why I didn't use null earlier. Like, this is fine. We're gonna get a decent job out of this, but it's just, it's so much more boring than normal null. Kate is the one champ? The single one. You can just tell us that you're bad at Herc, bro. I was kidding, because somebody with who's bad at Herc still has a much higher floor than somebody who's bad at Kate. Yeah, this is honestly so boring with null. Throw it. Oh, you jerk. I was a little late on that. That's fine. I was greedy.
Whoops. That's what happens when I read chat. That's fine. Yeah, you can stack 99, but then you have so many indestructibles to peel off. It's just meh. And it's almost impossible to actually hold on to things. And that, Tyler, when you say that Ghost isn't that broken because she can't do a lot of meta defenders, is why we actually have to look at this from a lens of game design and not from a what is the battlegrounds meta. Like, I understand the point you're making, but that's not a healthy way to make these decisions. Part of game design is how people land in the meta. Yes. Because that's important to like how people sell. But that's not. Oh, does the indestructible not stack? I suppose that makes sense. I thought it got to at least 3. Okay, well then I would have built to 99. But whatever, doesn't matter. But like how champions land in the current meta is part of what you should be doing if you want a champion to land well. It's part of how you should be making sure that a character is strong enough. It is basically never how you should be thinking about if a character is too strong, right? Because you can justify a whole bunch of things based on how it lands right now that would be incredibly unhealthy long term. Ghost is problematic. Absolutely. Kate just does too much damage. Like, she was intended, once you did a lot of work, to be able to hold on to the damage, right? But, like, it can fall off. There are plenty of avenues of disruption for her. I don't know, like, I know a lot of people these days remember clearing Necropolis with Kate and doing a ton of damage and just having a great time, right? What some of y'all seem to have forgotten is that there were a whole bunch of people who tried to use Kate, had a terrible time, and ramped Aegon instead. The issue with her is just that you get too much juice for the squeeze. I'm pretty firm that the actual kit is not problematic. It's important to be seen by your friends, Dylan. Was able to get all 80. Yeah, this one was definitely like it's not an unreasonably hard fight, I don't think. Like, people can get very high scores, but we knew that because of the chip damage and everything, it was just going to hit some people faster, and so that's why we're experimenting with the times too. I'm glad it's generally gone pretty well. I can tell you're focused on BG's, Tyler. And I figure that's the issue, but like that is really the thing, right? I've said this before, I'll say it again now. The reason that we didn't nerf Kate, both in terms of like pre-release and post-release, um, the reason that her damage wasn't lower was because we said, well, if her damage is lower, then people won't use her in battlegrounds. And she's hard enough to use that feels like a problem, right? That was clearly the wrong call. What we should have done is allow her to be somebody who was safe in Battlegrounds, who had certain matchups she felt great for, and just didn't have the damage to punch even. Like, she is slower than somebody like Hitmonkey. But that wasn't enough. We should have made her significantly slower than somebody like Hitmonkey because she is so uninteractable in some ways. We make mistakes. It would be cool if people were chill about us fixing them. That is not true, Latham. Ghost was definitely not somebody's first and last champion. I don't know where you heard that. Got Maw immediately uninstalled. Hey man, that's on you. Ebony Maw is pretty fun. Sorry you didn't get what you wanted. Cassie will come up later. She was just 2-warping for this one. Yeah, and I get that, Tyler. Maybe there's an alternate universe where we were significantly more conservative with Kate, and she was actually in a pretty decent spot, but because people weren't using her in Battlegrounds because she wasn't just nuking dangerous defenders in a cold snap and a half, maybe she would have been decided to be too difficult to play and we would have tuned up the durations on her stuff, right? Like, I could see that being an alternate universe. And it's probably an alternate universe where people don't end up ever saying DLL don't miss and then don't turn on me when they decide they don't like what I do. So maybe I prefer that universe, but whatever. Hang on, that's awesome. RNG is just like that sometimes, Ang. Like, if we look at these, I have Jabari A2, which is high as she can currently go. This token is useless, at least until the end of the year. This token is useless, at least until the end of the year. This token is useless, at least until the end of the year. Both of these, and this one. It happens. It's RNG. In the long run, it's okay. uh, I appreciate the faith, Tyler. I'm just kind of thinking out loud because as soon as people started saying that, I was like, oh, that's a bad sign. If people will will put you on a pedestal that quickly, they will not hesitate to tear you down. And unfortunately, I was very correct. Nice, what's good? That's impressive. Okay. That seems simple enough. What's less simple is actually picking champions. Might literally be too many cosmics. I need to change his stat focus. If 5 more. Me too, Tyler. I badly missed the 50s. Because I think our whatever our QA processes are for phantom notifications aren't robust enough work, unfortunately. If panic sticks, yes, it would work on him. Nice, dude. Yeah, A2 Sigil Witch is on my short list. Yeah, I'm happy with Shocker. I mean, he's still tuned well enough, especially at rank 5, that there's plenty he takes outside the class wheel. Wait, where's my girl? Yeah. She's gonna be good. Okay. That's good enough for now. Yeah, I know who designed Spot. Same person as Kindred and Werewolf and a number of others. Really creative uh, designer. I also miss having 5 bands. That's going to be important. No, if there is something you need to click on work, I haven't found it yet either. It's annoying. Basically, I think Shocker's good for anything where he can do his rotation without problem, right? He's pretty good for Zemo as well. That's a solid one. He's decent on defense. Yeah, it's hard for me to really explain where Shocker's good because the way I approach Shocker is normally closer to there's nothing stopping him, so he probably works. And that's usually the case. Yes, I've done the photon one. That is tricky for sure. Yeah, Tyler, he's struggling. Yeah, this isn't ideal. I didn't really draft around this. And I don't know that I have anyone, so I think I'm just going to burn it, and we'll put down Shocker next. Or not Shocker, Arcade. Probably should have just run to the special too. That's okay. This is legitimately a great showing from Bill. I can't believe he won. Uh, I was not expecting to finish that fight. Nothing. Bill does nothing in this meta. Thanks, what's good? That was my first fight with him since taking him to rank 5. That was pretty cool. Why did I do that? Alright. Thank you for the free exhaustions. That's my boy. Yeah, that's kind of where I figured you were headed, Avril. Bye. Just for the record, I don't wonder why people don't like me. I know why people don't like me. I just don't care. DLL's so mean to me. Yeah, no, Luke is nuts. There are a lot of people these days who know Luke is nuts, but it still surprises me just how many people throw down things like kindreds and think they're safe. I care about individuals. I care about the player base overall, absolutely. I do not care at all about people who immediately cry condescending just because I'm explaining to them why their emotional reactions might not be correct. It's called nuance. Yeah, in towers when you're changing your masteries, it is just for towers. I had the same thought work. I didn't want to throw shade at Avril because I actually like some of her music. But there was a little bit of dissonance there. In general, Luke just rocks mystics, right? Like he's very good for Nico as well. He can do Absorbing Man. If they're mystic, he kills them pretty effectively. But then, yeah, there's some other solid ones. Yeah, Luke is a brick.
Maybe I should have taken Archangel? I don't know.
Let's be clear. I also know that the reason some people don't like me is because I have designed difficult defenders and I'm not apologetic about it. Which is fine. Yeah, I've talked about this before, Obtuse. Like, there's two things. One is that it wasn't actually tiered ever. And so perpetuating that misunderstanding, which has been incredibly persistent, um, is kind of worth removing it on its own. But the other big thing.
Sorry, let me think real quick.
The other big reason to take it away is that now you can actually change your rewards by toggling through your progression, but previewing through the prestige rewards didn't change them. It was a preview of what might theoretically happen. Yeah. And so having one toggle that did change things and one toggle that didn't change things in the same screen is the kind of thing that gets very, very confusing very quickly and tends to lead to people going like, kabam, how dare you? Why didn't you make this? Why didn't you design this to be clearer? I don't know if using Lumitrix for Ruby is the right one here. Maybe I should have just taken Serpent on top of Dark Phoenix, given all their techs. We'll see. But yeah, that's the reason why.
I know Strange can do this.
Let's see. Not a perfect score to fight, but good enough. I have ranked Luke ages ago if you guys would stop throwing us curveballs. I can understand that. Elena's damage reduction. I think her info page makes this clear. Let me pull it up before I say that, though. Some things we can definitely clarify better than we do. Yeah, it says while being attacked. That is fairly accurate. She caps her target's attack rating, right? And so that cap means it's not a weakness, it's not an attack reduction, it's not anything hitting crits, it's not a damage cap, which is a frequent misunderstanding. She is literally saying like, "Hey, whatever's going on with Fury's weaknesses, formulas, all of that other stuff, whatever your modified attack thinks it should be right now."
Ooh, we could get locked here. So maybe I do this. Yeah. Okay, that was the correct move. They can just get through him with Thanos, and that's fine. Then we don't have to fight Thanos. Yeah.
That's all right. We probably lose this one. But it means that the attack rating just cannot be higher than that. If it would be lower than 60% of the base based on weakness or something, then that's fine. It's lower. Um, but it can't be higher. And the part that says sorry. The part that says while being attacked is telling you that it's specifically on hit events. Oh, I really thought she was past it. Okay. That's unfortunate. I thought I had a bit more time to get to the special 3. Somebody pushed a special 2. That's funny. Okay, let me try and finish answering the Yelena thing. Where was that question? Oh, yeah. So some damaging effects, a very small number of them, get around it because they actually update with every frame. Off the top of my head, Vox's Degens and Soulbarb are the two that do this. I believe Havoc um, also does this via his plasma, the debuff on his heavy, because it's not really, it's not a damaging debuff in the same way. It's, I don't know, whatever. It's kind of like Soulbarb. Um, so that's why those get around it. Similarly, a damaging effect that happens outside of a hit event um, will also work for it, which is why Shathra does kind of get around it. I think I probably agree, Arch. Spider-Man does have the best taunt in the game. What defenders have I designed besides Serpent? That depends on who you talk to, because it depends on who you put in the defender bucket. The obvious one is Photon. Black Panther Civil War, I'll take some credit for. He's definitely a lot worse since I worked on him. Jean, Deathless Thanos. Science, I've been kinder. Blue Marvel is not a defender. He could have been, but he's not. Absorbing Man counts as a defender. Nico counts as a defender. I don't think Pavita or Kushala do. Nor does Patriot. Black Tarantula does, though. How often do I watch champion showcases? Almost never, honestly. And it's nothing against any of them. We have some very talented content creators. I just don't generally have time. And often like I already know the basics because of playtesting, and if somebody uncovers something really cool, then like I will probably watch that, right? If there's a rotation that I need to see to understand that I don't have down, that's the kind of thing I'll watch. But that's for the most part what I'll look at. Fan of the game, Corey. I played this game for about 8 years before I got hired. Yes, Ghost Rider is another one. Correct, Aiden. Base attack also does it. X-23 is one that takes advantage of that. And it's why I used Atuma here, right? Because Atuma's thorns scale with base attack only, and so that made him more effective. Deathstrike's ruptures would kind of get around her, yes. Piviter can be rude, but he's a pretty one-trick defender. If you answer his buffs or his evade, no problem. Yeah, voids would be another one. Wait, no. Voids would not. What is that? No, it probably does. Yeah, it probably does. Yes, yes. Yeah. Void is weird. I'm confused on if I want to push for a bump in rewards. How's that calculated? So that's what I meant by the misperception that it's tiered. It's not. There is no like pushing for a bump in rewards, right? If your prestige goes up, some of your rewards will go up. If like some of the bigger stuff that can't be split, like a selector or something, that will happen on increments, but they're relatively close together. For the most part, you don't really need to worry about aiming for a number. You should just keep your prestige moving up. Hey, ability. Null is very strong for sure. Why are people brigading me today? I didn't even delete Krusty's comment. It was a comment, not a video. He was not respectful, and I still didn't delete it. And I just told him that just because he goes, here's 15 cons, prove me wrong with 15 pros, doesn't mean that that's how an argument works. Okay, I don't know why the children are coming for me today, but you can also be hidden on the channel. That's fine. Oh, does Krusty have a channel? Is that what this is? Did he make a video complaining? That's probably what happened, isn't it? I don't know where the deleted thing comes from. I can literally still see the comment. Yeah, he made a video. Oh my god, what a child. The comment is literally still up. I can't believe you made a 15-minute video based on a lie. That's... oh. Some people are just so small, dude. Rewards as you go up are on a rotation and will eventually come back around. Yeah, they're not like on a rotation where it goes like this point goes up and then it's this reward and then it's this reward's turn. It's more just like not all rewards will go up with literally every point because some are more granular than others, but all of them will go up over time. Yeah. No, something's definitely up with Nico's tagging. I've had a few people bring that up, and I think let me make a send a note to myself. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. He may have a future in politics. Woof. The comment is very up, but it's on the bottom because it has a lot of dislikes. Ah. Yeah, I generally only delete comments that are completely irrelevant or like cursing at me or something, right? Like, this is not respectful. But he's not cursing, and that's probably what he's defining as respectful, and that is exactly why I didn't delete it. Whatever, y'all. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back and we'll keep going. Yeah, it was about Hobgoblin. And you're allowed to not like Hobgoblin. I am just not playing playground arguments with people, and I'm sorry, but that is absolutely what that is. Like, arguments are not won by who has the most, like, the largest number of arguments. That's not how our court system works. That's not how anything works. Specific relics and stat focus absolutely make a difference in towers. Big difference, it's kind of going to depend on what interaction you're looking at. But I think having the right relic and the right stat focus does add up to making a big difference, yes. Especially because when you're really pushing deficits, if you're doing like 5% more damage, that matters. Right? Because if you're doing 5% more damage per second and you're in that fight for, I don't know, 70 seconds, then that's a few more seconds on the fight. And I have lost fights by a couple seconds. I'm guessing the grand thing is a reference to Archangel, but like that's not my choice. I think anybody who's watched this channel for a while knows that I did not raise my hand and go, "Hey everybody, let's sell Archangel. It's time." I I don't know. I'm going to be right back. I'll see y'all. I say I'll see y'all at the end of the stream. I'm not ending the stream, but I will be right back. They also said that you deleted. Yeah, and that's the thing. I like objectively didn't. It's still up right now. I don't know. No, I'm not playing incursions. Thank you, though. Hey, BK, how's it going, dude? Oh, thank you for the reminder. I need to fix my own Archangel. Because this is not his ideal relic. Um, but I'm not sure that I have. I think this was just a placeholder. Yeah, like mutants are kind of starved for crit rate, unfortunately, which I think is why I wound up on this one. Because it just makes him take a little bit less damage, and that was basically the idea. His stat focus has to be crit rate, though. There's really no other option. Much of his kit is based on landing crits. Um, yeah, see, chance to inflict bleeds. So you want to be landing as many crits as possible for him. And his base crit rating is only okay. Being completely honest, Zeke, nobody has a solidified place in the game before they come out. Like, that is part of my problem there. You are allowed to dislike Jack. You are allowed to be incredibly skeptical of how he will land. But speaking as though it's already set in stone when he isn't out and people haven't used him other than, a few content creators still in the early portions of making their judgments in a few test fights means that realistically we don't know. And that is not me telling you to spend on him, right? That's not me going, "Oh, there's no way to know, so go ahead and spend." No, like I'm not saying that. If you're not convinced, don't buy him. But we never really know this early. And there have been countless instances of the community being exactly this confident, one way or another, usually in this way. Usually the community is saying that such and such doesn't do enough, isn't good enough, blah, 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 doesn't do something better than anyone else. Where would you use them? It's like all of these are very common complaints, and then they're very often wrong. Like, very wrong. And so part of the reason that you're getting pushback on this kind of thing is not because people are trying to convince you that Jack is actually the second coming of Nimrod or anything. You're getting pushback because being this confident this early isn't particularly wise, let's say. Really, Dom? That's weird. I didn't do anything to it. YouTube isn't giving me any options here, right? Like I could literally maybe I will post this. Uh, 1 second. If YouTube supported this, I would just drop the screenshot right in chat, but I can't. But like the comment is still up for me. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I don't know. Is OBS freaking out? My Chrome is suddenly being incredibly slow. Yeah, but okay. I don't know why suddenly my Chrome is freaking out. This is pretty frustrating. I think it's probably because I made the terrible mistake of opening Imgur for a split second to see if I could easily upload it. Oh my god. Can y'all even still hear me? Okay, thank you, Obtuse. Wolf. But yeah, the comment is still up. I can still see all of it. And if I remove them, I can never see them, right? They're just gone forever. If I remove somebody's comment by accident, as far as I know, there isn't a way to bring it back. But I can see his comment right now. I still have the option to remove, report, to hide him from channel, to always approve comments from this user, which I definitely will not be doing, or to add him as a moderator, which I definitely will not be doing. But it's still here. Larry, you need to chill, dude. I've seen you in some other streams constantly asking if people will do friendlies with you or just like ease up a little bit. I don't control access to the CCP, but if you want to get in, you don't need to ask people, especially not people who can't do anything to help you. You need to just put in the work. Make content. Yeah, work. And that's what I'm running on Archangel is armor and energy resist for that reason. I actually don't know what you're talking about, Arch, with the Archangel Nick Fury Special 3 thing. I was skeptical of Bong before he released. Now he's my favorite skill champ. Or close. Hey, I appreciate you being willing to change your tune. There are also many champs who appear to be solid but are lackluster. I'm a lot less convinced on that. I think the community's way too fast to declare mid on people who absolutely work.
I'm not gonna play this game, Michael. Like, if I name a champion, you're just gonna tell me that they're not like you're gonna say, he's not actually good for them, or you're gonna say like they're not modern, right? Like, I am not trying. Again, I literally just said I'm not trying to convince you that Jack is the second coming of Nimrod. I am just saying be careful in how quickly you rush to judgment. Why do people think that it is a counter argument for me to advocate for nuance and caution to go, well, then why don't you just decide the argument right here? Like, that's not a counter. Sorry, it is actually getting to me because adults should be better than this. Yes, I can see the replies because when I say I can see it, I mean I can see the long con list of 15 cons that he posted. It is still here. That is the one I'm talking about. I can see that and I can see my response to it. I do mean Hobgoblin. Sorry. Gotten twisted around a little bit. Oh yeah, I think that interaction is fine, Arch. You just have to wait until Nick does actually get KO'd for it to work. That makes sense. You and Krusty are the only two that can see it. Okay. There's no button for me to change that. I didn't do it. I, I don't know why YouTube apparently did. I don't think any of my moderators did. Nothing I can do. I also think it's pretty wild that you're coming in here and saying current and modern mutant defenders, and you're listing Havoc and Bishop. Again, you're allowed to not like Hobgoblin, but can we please not move the goalposts so fast that they make a screeching sound? They're sorting by top. Oh, is it one of those? Is it like chat where if you sort by top, it goes away, but if you sort by live, it shows up? By newest. Okay. No, that the comment was not hidden, at least not by me, any more than like there's somebody who shows up in chat here a lot. Screen name is V Joseph. He only shows up in my chat if I switch from top to live. There are a few other people like that as well. That is not something I control. And it's why YouTube is frustrating sometimes because it doesn't give me any tools for this stuff, right?
None of those are necessarily problems, Doms. Not every tech champion needs AA immunity. Not every tech champion needs to avoid incinerate. The incinerate thing is way overblown. We were literally just talking about how Penny does great stuff earlier as an attacker, how she just deletes things. Penny is all incinerate, no plasma, right? She doesn't have AA immunity. Like, I understand that you guys are skeptical, right? That you wish that he looked more flexible or like he was doing more damage. That's fine. But, like, none of those things that you're saying are objective flaws. They're things that could be different. But that's not the same, right? Kate Bishop could have a degen instead of a cold snap. That would usually be better. Domino could apply ruptures if her bleeds are prevented by immunity. Ghost could apply a sleep if you prevent her miss, right? Like, I can come up with a long, long list of abilities that characters could have that they clearly don't need because every character is different. That's my point. This isn't something that you can really be objective about this way. If Hobgoblin doesn't work out, Hobgoblin doesn't work out. It's fine. You don't need to buy the Battle Pass. You probably should buy the Battle Pass if you spend on the game because everything else in the Battle Pass is easily worth $25 on its own, and then you just come out the other side with a what you call it, with an Ascended Champion, and that's cool. But but again, you don't need to spend anything on him. I am just saying that that's not how this stuff works, right? Like, that's not objective. That's just a complaint. Just because a complaint is pointing to something real doesn't make it an objective flaw. Does that make sense? Yeah, I've noticed some of the same, Arch. Like, I've seen videos or I've seen comments disappear before where even I can't see them that I did not delete. And I had that happen when I was very new on YouTube, and so I'm confident that my moderators didn't delete them either. Right? Like, YouTube just does stuff. It's very annoying sometimes. And it probably does stuff because, like, we're going to talk about hallmarks of spam. There's a lot of aggressive language in his response, and it is very long. I get why YouTube might have hidden it, but I did not. Hey, Jason, how's it going, dude? No, that's definitely not the argument for Penny. Penny is really bad for Bishop Havoc and Onslaught Zeke. It doesn't matter that she does it at the end. That is not the important part. I get where you're coming from, but that doesn't change my mind. I would not recommend using Hobgoblin for Maestro's glancing because Maestro is Incinerate immune. But that's okay because that's a Cosmic. And even if we had given Hobgoblin the plasma that people are asking for, we would not have given it to him against Maestro. No, actual evade prevention, Black Tarantula is not protected from Dom, no. It just needs to be prevention. Because ability accuracy won't cut it. Penny is immune to incinerate and only deals energy damage with special 2. How is she bad for Bishop? Because Bishop has like 80% energy resistance. And when he takes energy damage, he gains a bunch of prowess. And then he goes unblockable. And if he has two, like, it's not a good matchup. Have you ever done it? Yeah. No, I get what you mean, Arch, because I've run into that as well. Like everyone, for those of you who don't know, which would be difficult to know if you didn't have a YouTube channel, like YouTube's Studio app gives you notifications for new comments, right? And so I regularly go and I read every comment. Sometimes I don't respond to them if I don't think it's going to be productive. Sometimes I do delete comments, right? Like if I'm putting out a video on, I'm going to try and do a hypothetical one, right? If I'm putting out a video on like Black Tarantula and somebody comments asking like, hey, when will we get another chance to buy Dark Phoenix? I'm going to delete that comment, right? Because it is not relevant on a video about Black Tarantula. I will also delete comments that are like objectively rude. But I don't delete comments that disagree with me. You want to comb through my videos, you can find plenty of comments that disagree with me or say Kabam is doing something wrong. Oh, and the point I was making is that like it gives me notifications for comments, but not all of them, because there's also a section on the dashboard where it shows the latest unresponded comments on videos. And pretty frequently, I will see a comment on a video that shows up as unresponded that didn't show up in my notifications. And that's not something I control. Yeah, no, Penny is very bad for Bishop. Similar thing with Havoc, because he also punishes energy damage and has a massive amount of energy resistance. And then Onslaught, she just doesn't do any damage because Incinerate. You're allowed to think that Penny's better than Hobgoblin, right? That's not the point I'm making either. But the point that I was making, to go back to Dom's, is that like the things that you were pointing out as weaknesses are not objective flaws. Like, as you yourself just demonstrated, it is possible for those apparent weaknesses to be made up for in other places. That is exactly what my point is. You proved my point. It's fine if you don't think Hobgoblin does make up for those things. My point is just that they're not flaws. We will ship more tech champions without AA protection. We will ship more champions with Incinerate who just do Incinerate. We will absolutely ship more champions who use debuffs and not just passives. That is something we should have been doing more of. None of those things by themselves are problems. They have Hunger Games fight to the death tournaments. Yeah, and they keep clones of us in the back. I've actually killed Honeydew 5 times. Didn't know Maestro was Incinerate immune. Yeah. You can blame Longshot for that one. So we tested a version of Maestro that was not Incinerate immune. And then he was Incinerate immune. Probably just ban the rank 5s. Is there anything down here I'm worried about? Not more than them. That's neat, Jack. I'm guessing It's probably not just Serbo-Croatian. Not to try to correct you, I'm just thinking out loud here. Because that's probably just from the Greek, right? But yeah, to try and answer your question more directly, Anders, we can call dibs ahead of times, but like it's not guaranteed because the schedule determines who ends up on what. We kind of just do our best to work it out. Yeah, maybe I should have taken Paviter. It's generally pretty civil. Like at one point, I wanted to work on Wave, um, but Windshear said that it mattered quite a bit to him because of his background in swimming, and I was like, dang, that's a good reason. All right, I'll back off. And that's kind of the way it goes. And Cyrillics are probably Russian too. Interesting. Yeah. I'm sorry, I just saw Maya's response there. Yeah, but that's my point, Doms. My point is that the community gets wrapped up in this stuff too quickly. You're saying that like that's some reason that I should go, oh, yeah, actually, that's a massive mistake. Because the community is coming to conclusions quickly, that means we messed up. And like, no. Means the community is coming to conclusions very quickly. Again, it's possible Hobgoblin doesn't land well. That will be, the same level of a bummer it is every time a champion doesn't land well. And honestly, I think it's significantly less of a bummer than when a champion is too good. I'm just going to do this again, actually. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay. Okay. Fair enough, Toms. Yeah. I appreciate the clarification. Happy enough to be on a similar page. Oh, that's right. I need to be heavy countering the special one. Although I don't know if I can for the special two. Come on, buddy. Oh, he's gonna let it expire. Yeah, he let it expire. Ah, you jerk. Yeah, that was my fault. That's all right. That's fine. We did it right once. And they quit out because they didn't know that Sam reduces bleed ability accuracy by a flat amount, which makes Okoye a really bad choice, which is what I was hoping might happen. Not the quit out part, but the them losing part. Anyway, how's it going, Kadinsky? Yondu is really fun against Bishop? Yeah, very good. I like Sam a lot. For one thing, because of things like that. He's been incredibly good on defense. Like, I knew he was going to be decent. He's surprised me pleasantly there. But he's also incredible on offense for certain things. Like, I have cut through quite a few Jean Greys with him. There's a number of other things he does well. I think that was just discovered by you. I'm not pretending it's a good matchup, but I'll do it if I need to. Maybe I need to put Spiral in my deck. Or is Spiral in my deck? Yeah, she is. Okay. When was the last time I saw her as an option? Whatever. Maybe one of these days I'll take up Shathra. I know Wolf is pretty good for him. I don't know that an unascended rank 4 Wolf is worth swapping in over somebody else. Does the same person work on kit animations, or are they separate? Animations is the art team. Yeah, we have input on the animations, but it's the art team's responsibility and um, decision. I mean, bluntly, Jason, I know we've talked about this before. It just means you're a little bit focused on the now. Because, yes, you enjoy when champions are overpowered. You don't enjoy the consequences down the line. But if you're not building the game, it's easy enough to miss the links between them. And that's definitely not unique to you, not even a little bit. That's one of the hardest things to explain to the community, right? Like, the community gets very protective over things that they consider overpowered because they're like, well, it's fun and I need it to win. Okay, but if something that's overpowered stays in the game, then we inevitably have to design around it, and then everything else becomes harder. It's not actually good. No, Doms, that is absolute nonsense. I have seen that claim. That is not what's happening. I think I might actually ban the rank 5 Yelena here. And maybe Sinister? Yeah. And I think anyone who thinks that that's actually happening is being really selective in which champions they're evaluating. Look me in the eye and tell me that Maddie is undertuned. Tell me that Wave is undertuned. Tell me that Bong is undertuned. Play offensive Ruby, because I know most of you haven't, and tell me she's undertuned. I could go on, but that's not really the point. Werewolf is not ascendable, no. But I'm saying he would be a much easier rank 5 or include if he was.
I'm gonna gamble and take Phoenix here, but maybe the correct answer is to take Luke. We'll see. Yeah, of course they get Spider-Woman there. That's alright. We'll see what we can do with this.
I appreciate that, Arch. Specifically, you acknowledging the mistake rather than just the appreciation. Appreciation. I don't know. Words are hard. But yeah, I like there are still plenty of things about the game that bother me, right? There are things that bothered me before I started working here. There are things that bother me now. There are things I wish were different. There are decisions I wish we had made differently. But I definitely have a lot more um just understanding about it, knowing what goes into it and what the alternatives are, and having seen good ideas backfire. Ruby is the best BG's attacker released this year. That is a take. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I haven't played much with her. But that's cool to hear. I mean, I did mention her for a reason, right? Nah, that wasn't my best. Still worked though. Well, I think BGs and towers might be different, Doms. But outside of his optimal matchups, Tarantula is generally going to want to do special one, special two, maybe two special ones. Kind of depends on how the tempo of the fight goes. Yeah, Ruby is very strong. Haven't fought Dark Phoenix with Hood. What's the main goal of the matchup? Just keep the Fate Seal up. That's really the whole thing. It's a gamble. Try and hold on to your bullets, so cause things to miss, but it is absolutely a gamble. Well, this ain't my favorite.
We are going to take our time here. I probably just should have thrown it when it would have given us more. Yeah, there we go. All right. How'd we do? I mean, it's not my favorite art. Yeah, I'm not surprised to lose that one. That's okay. Yeah, we lose this one. They've got us cornered. I won't say anything. Jack, saying that is saying something. If you got something to say, out with it. Oh, and then they just put Nico on defense, don't they? Yeah. Yeah. There was no way out. Hmm. Ah, in that sense, Jack, I gotcha. Whoops, wasn't off yet. Yeah, that's my fault. That's fine. Got trapped in the draft there. Throw another remote out, bro. I didn't realize I lost. Uh, Superior class isn't, like, impossible to do, but it's difficult to get right.
What do you genuinely do? Your best, which is exactly what that matchup was. But yeah, like I said, should have taken Hulk. Or Luke. If I had taken Luke over Dark Phoenix, we would have been fine there. Pretty much, Doms. It's kind of the named type that is similar to how Prowler reacts to specials. Hmm. I'll take Gentle, but not for Korg. I hate that matchup. Thanks. Oh, thanks for the raid, Snoozy. How's it going, dude? See, Caroline versus Shocker is a bad matchup. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit Widows. Yeah, Shocker did something. I just didn't do enough. I never did play Marvel's Avengers Alliance, no. That's interesting though about the class outside of things. Yes, please. I hope not, Morgan, to the answer if we'll ever have anybody who's degen immune. But it's hard to say for sure. All right, we may be running back that Penny versus Britain. Um, I think if degen continues to be like this super damage type, then we shouldn't ever see immunity. But it also kind of feels like it might be entrenched enough in enough classes. Sorry, thinking out loud here. It might be entrenched enough in enough classes that I could see degen kind of going more the direction of rupture, and then us needing to create like a new effect that nodes use, right? Like maybe you start seeing everything as direct damage, and that's different, and it's just not degen, and then you never, ever, ever see a character with direct damage. Not as like a type like that. Or maybe we actually need to name something, right? That is direct damage, but is for encounters. Yeah, I went into lock on too early. Need to wait a little bit more against Onslaught. Okay. That'll work. Not as fast as it should have been. I needed to play that differently.
I like turn-based games. I'm glad MCOC is not a turn-based game because I think that the skill expression we have here allows for the gotcha system and the roster advantage to be less absolute, and I think it's why so many people do thrive without paying, even if a lot of those people might overestimate the degree to which they should be able to climb the leaderboards. But yeah, I do like squad-based games. Like I've always been a fan of turn-based stuff as well. Or yeah, just turn-based games in general, right? Ugh, not what I meant to do. Okay. Hey. Well done, T'Challa. Yeah, it's gonna be well, Ross. Yeah, I'm generally with you there, work. Like, if you just want to climb ladders and have the game be decided purely by mechanical skill, this just isn't the game for you. But also, if you just want to pay a bunch of money and get the best characters and rank them and win everything because you did that, this also isn't the game for you, right? The reason I'm still here is because it's a bit of both. Because I get to enjoy the mechanical skill part of the game, and I also get to enjoy discovering various characters and what makes them good in different spots. Yeah, I hear you, Jack. I There were a number of things I remember that started to work on Facebook and then just fell apart, and that was kind of a bummer. Take care, Uber. And Snoozy. Have a good one, y'all. No, I am not the original creator of SSX. I was recruited into SSX 5, 6 years ago now. It's been a very long time. If there was, Lance, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Yeah. And it's not that we do it perfectly, but I'm glad it's very clearly something that we do try to do. Hey, Infamous, how's it going, dude? It's been a day. We learned a lot about YouTube comment algorithms. Hmm. I feel like it's probably worth getting rid of that Zemo. And probably the Maestro. They're both really big. Oof. think I have to thank this person for their patronage. I don't know. Tough roster.
Nice, Jack. I'm glad you like her. I've always been a fan of Danny. Like that first 10 hits is kind of slow, but everything after that, once you really get comfortable with her, is just so smooth. She's a lot of fun. Did you just start playing her more because of towers and the Ascension? Yeah, I've seen a few of those lands. Actually, I got my second, or I guess my third token for Patriot from one of the Web of Corruption crystals out of the free keys. I was really happy about that. I am not used to getting lucky in that way. I can definitely say it's not a visual bug. I'm not going to clarify any further. Yeah. How many years have I been working at Kabam? As of today, 4 years and 1 week exactly. I realize I missed
The actual anniversary last weekend.
I respect that pick. I like this person's taste in champions. This is a difficult draft. Whoop. I thought that she would handle that better. Okay, there we go. Woof. Whoops. That was very dumb. Alright, we didn't time out. I wasn't happy with that, don't get me wrong. Yeah. That's fine. Is Phoenix not in the basic? I guess not. Ooh, nice arch. Yeah, those are good pulls. Surprised Dark Phoenix isn't special lock immune. Be glad there's something she's not immune to, shall we? Unfortunately, I almost surely lose round 3, which is a bummer. I'm pretty confident I've got this, but I don't think I have anything to slow them down enough, and they have some things to slow me down. Yeah, this is the part of the matchup that I probably should have just waited through. Because we lost 10% at the end there because our cowardice fell off. If anybody isn't familiar with this matchup, having the cowardice up means that you basically take nothing from her neuros. It's strong enough for that. But then when it fell off and I was still aggressive instead of waiting out our knockdown after the special 2, that cost me some health. And if they had had a better time, that would have been a problem. Thank you, Teoji. Or Toji, whichever you prefer. I appreciate that, dude. They can definitely get through Jean, but I think she's the most dangerous thing I've got here, because Serpent against an Ascended Paviter is not going to hold on. And yet he just killed me in EQ. Curious. That's really funny. Oh. But yeah, I'm glad you're looking forward to Black Tarantula, dude. Yes, my next champion is in March. Good luck, Loki. That was dumb. I was just so shocked by the incinerate that everything else went wrong. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay, come here, bud. Oh, this could have gone so much better. So much better. Oh, thank you for throwing into hard block again. I have never had this bad of a time with frickin' arcade. All right. Well, that's okay. I thought I was going to lose in round 3 anyway. Like, if that had gone perfectly, it would have been fine, but it needed to go perfectly. Showing off how Sam is good in 2 different matchups. Yeah, Cam. Sam is a very good Britain counter. He was always okay, but the buff made his damage significantly better, and so now he has to do a lot less cleanup. Yeah, he definitely is work. Nice, Jonathan. I'm glad you're enjoying him. Yeah, the rank 3 gem is nice. Patriot is better with just special one spam in the corner due to how good his stand-up intercepts are. Sometimes. I think it would have been the right call there. It is definitely not always the right call. The special 2 does so much damage. But I was not expecting my reversal to get auto-blocked. I'm still not 100% sure what happened there. Because I didn't think he had the tokens, but maybe he did. Yeah, I'm definitely at my ceiling in towers. Okay. I'll be right back. Use restroom again. Yo, yo. Thanks for the follow, Kagi. I am the one who did the buff to Sam Wilson, yeah. Glad we started higher this month, because I'm still getting my butt kicked a fair amount. Would not want to be climbing from Diamond right now. Jesus. You got enough R5s over there, dude? You can teach a man to play Battlegrounds, but you can't make him put on his stat focus. I don't frickin' know. Yeah, you and me both work. Top 150 is tough. I think I just would have had to have spent significantly more on the last few sales. I haven't done Bong versus Spot, but I'm sure it's doable. But actually, given how big some of theirs are, I think yeah, there's the Kindred. I need the Luke. Even if they do this, that's okay. Yeah, I'll take Bill. I think I'm going to need something generically large here. Yeah, I think Jean's a good pickup here in case that Luma goes on defense. Yeah, Bong is good. I like Bong. Yeah, absolutely work. You're doing fine. They have a lot of mutants. Maybe this isn't the call. Yeah. That that's a pick. Sounds like you're gonna pick up some poisons while building spots, dude. Oh, I saw Killer in the Ares pick, and I assumed our opponent was a man. I do try and think before assuming gender, but I don't know. Killer Jeans might be a woman. Is Bill rank 5 just because of tactic? And because he's a frickin' truck. I've always liked Bill, but I never really got into him. He's good.
Here, boy. All right, I need one more of those. Or just die. That works too. Yeah, like Null's special 2 hurts, don't get me wrong. Bill is not the best at blocking, but pretty darn good at damage. Yes, I do remember that arch. I do not miss those days. Do I need gentle anywhere? I don't think so. Yeah, B's always been a fan of Bill. I've admired him from afar, but I've never really dug into him. I think Sam is safer than Shocker here, and Shocker is plenty for Onslaught. We are a little bit in trouble in round 3 as far as defenders, though, so here's hoping we win. Zero clue how he works. Yeah, he's kind of complicated. It makes sense once you understand it, but I'm not going to try and explain it while fighting Bishop. It's a Lex champ. Standard underestimated on release, but actually very good, as a lot of Lex's champs are. I might have been able to just kill with the special too, but... Alright, let's get that power drain going, and... boom. Not the fastest. Actually, no, that was just pretty dang fast. I think I was looking at the clock wrong. I agree that it's an odd choice, Jonathan. I think that was kind of an era when they were experimenting with damage protections. I'm at least glad the degen is weaker, but yeah, I think it's an odd choice, and I'm not sure that it's one that I would make today. Null was Coop, yeah. Lex did Gentle, though, out of characters on this screen. And Lex also did Sam the first time around. Which is why Sam is such a solid design. He had just aged a bit. Like, I consider myself, like, I am happy to take on adoptive parent titles for Luke and Black Panther, because I think I did a lot of them on them. For Stormex and Sam, I'll just claim like godparent, because Lex absolutely gets the vast majority of the credit for Sam and the character he is. Magic is definitely up there, yeah. It kind of depends on what you mean, right? Like, I think Enchantress has the highest pre-fight bandwidth, as in, like, you have to understand the most variables to really maximize her. But then champions like Magic, or to a lesser extent Tigra, require a lot of, like, fight IQ and in the moment reactions and understanding to maximize. Yeah, Retinol, I'll check that real quick.
Yeah, thanks for that one, Rhett, and I'll be reporting that. One second, everyone. This is worth sending on a weekend. All right. Thank you. That's important. Yeah, work. I appreciate that. I'm very happy with how Luke turned out. And Storm, she's excellent. Yeah, she'll probably go to rank 5. If I A2 Storm before I get the catalysts for another rank 5 after Black Tarantula, then I will take her up over Jean. But I think if she's still A1, I will take up Jean. I mean, they're both my kids. I'll be happy either way. Why was Apex Coliseum released a few days ago instead of at the end of the month? Because somewhere in between somebody goofed and somebody misread a document. I don't know exactly, but was not intended. Hey, Kurt. Afternoon, dude. Yeah, you've got a pretty even split there, work for sure. And I haven't been officially authorized to comment there. I'm just it seems like that's the obvious thing, right? It was an oops. They're serviceable. If you read through Black Tarantula's info page, you can probably see some of the ways in which both Jean and Onslaught aren't perfect. Given the choice, I would use Jean first. Yeah, no, it's been fun to see Kurt. I'm honestly slightly nervous as well, but cool to see. Ah, almost almost half the deck is rank 5s. Hmm. I understand why. Personally, I do not put Jean and Onslaught in the same bucket. I don't think they're particularly close. Well, that's a reason to draft Archangel. Yeah. Onslaught is, in my opinion, a more like dangerous defender who is less interactable in a lot of ways. He's also a much stronger attacker. He's faster in Battlegrounds and scales better in Coliseum. Like, they're just not in the same league. A max sig torch. I didn't even catch that. That is pretty funny. I have had the torch sig come up before, just not reliably. Onslaught, don't do this, buddy. Ooh, he was a real jerk there. That could have been so much faster. Okay, High Evolutionary's off the board. That makes sense. I don't really have any defenders left. Which is why I maybe should have used Luke here. Yeah, I should have used Luke here. Because I still would have won. And I could have used I-Bomb on defense, which Solvark would have been slow for, and I could have used any number of people for Enchantress. Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah. I know, I know. Punch through her with Yondu. That's fine. Brian was involved. I wasn't at the company at the time, so I don't know exactly how much. Is there anybody more block spammy than Solvark? How'd we do? Yeah, no, Cole is very, very good. I get nervous when I see a big one. Yeah. It's not a full turnoff of inequity, but it's very effective. He's not hit by it nearly as hard as he used to be. Okay. I think I'm good for today. This is good progress. I need, if I don't lose ever, I need 7 more wins. That's coming along. I can probably do that by Wednesday. Actually claim the Radiance objective for the first time in God knows how long, maybe. Alright, let's see what this is. Cool. Let's go see what we can use that on. Gotta be something. Ah! I didn't realize I was sitting on this. I already had one. Okay. I'm actually gonna go try that Maker fight one more time then. I thought I needed to rank 4 him. I didn't realize I only needed to rank 3 him to get more damage out of him in towers. Okay, is there another... We were just talking about Phoenix. I like Phoenix. I'll do that. There's still some very, very dumb stuff in Corvus's kit. Like the fact that he basically has infinite resistance to multiple dots, but then also removes them. So you can't even rely on them just sitting on him and doing things for you. Like that's not necessary. Oh, I forgot to knock him down. Oh. I can't believe I did that again. Yeah. All right, here we go. Timing out again at only 15 punch up. Okay. Maker does not need that ability. Oh, yeah, he's super underwhelming in towers. You are silly goose. Yup. That's how you play that one. Oh, that first time was so stupid. Oh, yeah, Maker's just annoying. Absolutely. Yes, Corvus does not need to have special 3 protection. That is a good example. Okay, maybe he can't do this one. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was hoping he could. – And, like, to be clear, there's maybe a world in which I play that better, but it's going to be tough. If I rank 4 Venom, that probably works, but I don't have the resources right now. Try it with the Thor relic. Does he not have a relic at all right now? What the heck? No, 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 no. Ah! Okay. Well, I guess we're trying this one more time. I didn't realize I'd taken a relic off of him. Thank you for calling that out, because yes, that will do it. Oh, there's several Thor relics. Serpent has the big one, though, yes. Yeah, I think you're right, though. I think if I borrow it from Serpent real quick, that'll do it. I really did not mean to hit fight there. All right, I'll give it back to him in a minute, but let's see if this works. Yeah, funny how a giant vigor buff does things. It's a nuclear warhead. Yes, it is. Thanks for the call out, y'all. I appreciate it. Why is High Evo so weak he can't even punch up 35? Bro, there's so many champions who can't punch up 35. That's not what that word means. Okay. And here's where we're hard blocked. Bill, I think, can punch up 40. Somebody with an armor break can take Vox. So we can put Corvus there. I'm just thinking ahead on planning this one because I literally cannot do it right now. I think Nova, once we get one Ascension on him, works for Jack. Bill should be fine for Rogue, I think. She has a relatively small health. Oh, no, we should go for Angela because the pulverized damage will help us. Spider-Woman can punch up 40 if the stars align. Let's not pretend it's easy for her. I'll do Maestro and Rogue. She'll be a problem for some of these. Gore needs somebody with short specials, so I think that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Arch. Like I said, I literally cannot do it right now. If I get Nova or Arcus Ascended, I think I can do this. Yeah, probably Dilly. I don't think I'm getting top 150 either way. But we might be able to do this. Let's see if Thanos can handle Ronan. The block damage is going to be insane, but... Oh! That's doable. Wait, what? It changed to the Mystic ones? Thank you, Jack. Okay, I guess I'm spending another 70. Because if Thanos came that close using the wrong masteries, then he can absolutely do this. Wonder if the Thor relic. Maybe. The Gamora relic is very good for him as well, though. Dark Crit Luck actually worse this time? Yeah, it was. Alright, I'll try the Thor relic. Just passing around the beat stick, I guess.
I'm gonna have to completely redo my Cosmic Relics when I'm done. Yeah, same card. We literally got one fewer Fury because of the relic difference. That's very annoying. They also didn't hold on to the vigor, so I'm not sure it actually did what it was hoping to do. Yeah, Gamora was better, I think. Let's see. It's crit RNG either way. If we had gotten lucky and gotten that seventh Fury, I think that does it. So I will keep doing this. Because if he can get through this, then we absolutely have the ability to do the other ones. Okay, we got 4 that time. Fine, I guess I won't pause the Furies. All right. Why not? Let's give Maestro the frickin' relic too. He gets Furies. Take one down, pass it around. God. He probably doesn't need it. He's only punching up 20. But if I'm doing this. Hey, Delphina, how's it going, dude? Barely matters on him because of the passives and because the vigor as a passive doesn't refresh, but that's okay. That's the thing, Arch, is that the when the Fury buffs are replaced by the passives, it won't matter if the aptitude was up anyway. So that's why I didn't worry about it.
Thor is a beer on the wall, he would be proud.
Okay.
Nice, dude. I've never actually played an Assassin's Creed game, but someday. No, it absolutely would have been a good shout if it did work that way, so I appreciate it. I was hoping that the combo would reset there with the unstoppable, but not quite long enough of a pause. I don't currently have the time, but yeah, I will try it eventually. Oh, you know what? We should absolutely be putting the big Thor relic on Bill. Like, he doesn't need it, but he doesn't normally need it. He might need it. Who knows? Yeah, he might need it. Yeah, I don't know if he can do this one anyway. The regen might be a problem. Let me consider if there might be a better target for him. Yeah, like maybe the Miss Marvel immediately above. Or the Gamora. We could probably try the Gamora. I spend too much on tower refills, but I'm having fun. Please die. Thank you, Adam. Oh. Two or Black Flag. Would I say that all action games are puzzle games at their core on some level? Mm, no. No, I don't think so. Because action games includes like bullet hell and that kind of thing, and I there's elements, but calling those puzzles is incredibly loose. I get the point they're making. A lot of action games have significant puzzle elements, but calling them puzzle games at their core, I'm not sure that's really more accurate than calling a puzzle game with a timer an action game at its core, you know? Like, we don't have to say that all things are secretly other things. We can just, like, acknowledge elements, if that makes sense. Yes and no, Udyed. Like, people love to talk about Adam depending on AI. But if you're really good with Adam, you're doing things to reduce how AI dependent he is. Bravo, Gore. I forget who told me that rotation. Might have been you, Jack? But yeah, thank you to whoever it was. That worked. Adam is incredibly difficult to play work. Absolutely. I think it's just the thing that I'm trying to say is that part of Adam's skill ask is knowing how to mitigate the AI dependency. Okay, it wasn't you. Somebody did. Somebody told me to do specifically that rotation, and it definitely worked. That's interesting, Arch. Okay, and then next one, Bill. We can put a bigger Thor relic on him. But yeah, if he can't do Gamora, I think we're done. And then I'll fix my relics. See, this is the addicting part. Because I am within spitting distance of top 150. But realistically, it's not going to happen. It might have been you, Kevin, yeah. Do I think Photon can punch up 40? No. She's too... She's not designed for that kind of burst. Whoops. Hold on. Throw it, please. Oh, she didn't let me get to... Losing those intensifies is going to stink. Yeah. Okay, I think he can do that, but I need to get to 5. Nah. That might have done it. Whew. No, that's the thing, Jack. You don't want to open your combos with lights. I, okay, I'm 80% confident on this, so I am open to pushback, right? Because I'm not an expert on build. But my understanding here is that I want to be cycling the shocks, right? Because I want them to be expiring during my special ones. I am intentionally starting the combos with mediums. Um, the thing about losing your shocks is not the lights versus mediums. It's when you run out of the buff pause, right? It's when you've landed your 20 hits after the special two. Man, there's a fair amount of luck in this fight. And I'm not saying that to be dismissive, because I probably could have played a little bit more skilled, but like when you get the random shocks is clearly a huge factor. I will try one more time. I am actually holding myself off here. Or after this one. Ah, you're saying here do the lights. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Okay, let's see. Woo! Yeah. Thank you, Jack. I misunderstood what you meant. I thought you meant after the special two. Cool. Opportunity to level up. Okay, Corvus should be fine for Vox, and then we have literally nobody else who can do any damage at all, and we are waiting on Arcus or Nova. But that is fine. That means that we hit our ceiling. What a silly interaction. I think this is the literal peak of Beta Ray Bill in a minute. Probably can't get stronger. Without just getting obscenely lucky and getting 8 or 9 shocks, I think that is probably about as good as it gets, yeah. Oh, have you not seen this yet, Delfino? So Vox's corrupted buffs come with their own punishment, right? They have extra ability accuracy, but when they're nullified, Vox takes a burst of damage based on his health, right? Yeah. Not based on the attacker's attack. So they start big and get much bigger. It just occurred to me, for the longest time, I have wanted, and I'm pretty sure I still want, um, to fix the interaction with armor breaks counting as nullifies. But now if we do, literally Vox in towers is going to be the biggest reason for pushback. That's funny. No way. I guess I got top 150. That's wild. Yes, it is because armor breaks are very old. Yeah, it really is, Arch. Because there's no way I hold this spot for 5 days. There's no way. There's no way. That's a musical reference. Yeah, there's nothing I can do to get any more points, right? Nope. I'm pretty sure I've gone through all of these. I might be able to get more out of this. We can try Jabari. Because honestly, I'm not that far from Hitmonkey, and I could replace Atuma. Wait, what? Oh. I hate that swapping them in there doesn't actually work. I'm not going to lie to myself. Buy the large refill. I don't care. But that's really tilting. Actually, go ahead and just take him out for now. Because realistically, if this works, this is what we're doing right now. Oh, this is going to be where not having deep wounds makes me sad, isn't it? Do it. Thank you, Jabari. I honestly don't know if he can, Arch. I haven't had that kind of success with him yet. Especially because even if I parry these specials, they're not projectile specials. Although I can't remember if I made that an and or an or right now, to be perfectly honest. No! That would have been a lot better with 5 Furies. Okay, Zemo can't do this. Yeah, this is not close. This is not close. I'm pretty sure projectiles matters, but it may not be the only thing that matters anymore. Why did I do that? I don't know what the heck I was thinking running into a special. No, Groot Special 2 does not disable dexterity. It just has kind of a weird hitbox. I'm just used to it at this point, Retin. Yeah. Those are the things that will make it easy, Dilly, right? Like getting Hitmonkey to A2, which I just need one more token for, or getting Black Panther to A2, which I just need one more token for. And I'm breezing through this. No problem. Gotta stop looking at Mutant. I know the answer. Right. That was the one that could maybe happen, but not right now. Warlock probably can't punch up 35, even if I take him to rank 4 against somebody who's not critting. Yondu at rank 5 is not going to be doing better than Shocker. Solvark might. I'm not taking him to rank 5 right now, though. Cosmic, we just did. Mystic, we've covered. Science, we've covered, and we're waiting. Okay, then we might as well use the last key on this. So, what do we think is the better call? Trying to make Black Panther or Atuma work? Nice, Delphino, I'm glad. I already failed a few times against Hawkeye with Zola. Or with Atuma. I can try Black Panther. I'm a little skeptical. Like, Angela having more hits on her special one is a good thing. But that doesn't matter if I can't get to her. Or if that happens. The whiffing is not helping either. Yeah, this is doable. But very difficult. Relics don't really matter for Black Panther. There's almost nothing you can do to boost his damage. Like, I could move Black Panther over to him and he would get physical vulnerabilities on crits when he gets them, but there's just not a lot. I think best one for him is probably for this. This is probably better for him anyway. Or, yeah, that. Who's that on right now? Yeah, that makes sense. No, prowess stat focus doesn't really help. Not more than this, anyway. Hey, Snoops. I think this actually probably needs a special one in between the two special twos. Yeah, if he was always throwing his special one where it was parryable, that works fine. But he's not. Okay, let me clean up my relics. Honestly, if I'm going to be using Bill on offense, I'd probably leave that on him over Serpent. We can put this back on Thanos. This is okay. The specials doing extra damage is nice when people are trying to make things happen with him. As is the Energy Pen, as is the Pierce. Like, any of them are good. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, our punching up 40 is just hard. Oh, I don't know about that, Delfino. Like, he's a weird skill champion. But is Black Panther, like, more a different class? Because that's what breaking the class rule means, really. Is he doing things that he shouldn't? He can do a lot of mutants, but that's part of that was because he was bugged until like a week ago. Yeah, the work is right. Is Magneto isn't supposed to break the class wheel. You can make the argument that Magneto is supposed to be good against a lot of characters that happen to be tech. That is not the same argument. It had been Trelloed for a while, Delfino, but Black Panther was bugged where he actually wasn't reducing his bursts against mutants. So here, where it says this damage scales with base health and is reduced by 20% against mutant champions, the last half of that sentence just wasn't working. Now it is. He can still take mutants, but it's going to be harder for you to punch up with it. Which is fine, because he shouldn't be punching up against mutants. Yeah. Black Panther feels a bit tech to me. Eh. I feel like, I don't know. I don't think there's anything about him that is truly tech. Like, I think the parrying specials thing reminds you of Iron Man and Guardian, but I don't think that is a particularly tech part of it. That makes sense. Yeah, the bleed still works. Like, that was the only change. But, like, per our point, bleed is a very skill ability. It's okay if he does that well. Right, Arch, but Work's point is not that Magneto, like as the kit exists in the game, should encounter techs. It's that Magneto's kit should not be what it is in the game. Like that line shouldn't be in his kit. Okay. I don't think any of the rest of you are ascendable. Yeah, I need to hold stuff for Black Tarantula. Yeah, it's going to be a frustrating 2 weeks holding all of that. That's okay. Hey, WayJ. Yeah, I'm definitely winding down now. But it went good. I don't think I'm going to hold this spot, but we got all into the top 150 in towers, and that's cool. Made some progress in Battlegrounds, did a little bit of Coliseum. Oh, the parry stun on defense is very skill, in my opinion. He's literally purifying it as he's doing it. Hulk at rank 1 breaks my heart. He can stay there. I have no pity for Hulk. He gets plenty of love. mean, Black Panther will probably still work against some onslaughts, but in all seriousness, if he was one of your best options for onslaughts, you should maybe rank some techs. Thanks, Wejik. I'm quite happy with him. Okay, is there? Do I have a 7-star crystal or something to open? Yeah, I've got a couple. You can do that. Hmm. Yeah, I don't really see that as a tech thing. I think you're probably right to mention future Ant-Man as the thought there. Okay. I know it's going to be a while. I just opened one, but yep. Okay. I mean, Hitmonkey and A-Bomb are the only ones left. Both of them would be very helpful. Is the audio out or is it just me? It's probably just you, Jonathan. People have been responding to me. To be fair, tech is my worst class. Like I said, you should maybe rank some of them. That's funny. 2 collective levels is a lot. Yeah. I would feel bad about mutants being my worst, except that I've kind of done everything I can, and I don't actually think that my mutants are that far behind. I think the biggest thing is just that there are fewer ascendable mutants. Like if I go rank 4 and up and run through, I haven't done this in a while. 17, 16, 16. Yeah, I'm ahead on tech because I got a ton of them ascended. But that's not really a surprise. Yeah, like mutants are almost my highest. I've been ranking plenty of them. It's just there are fewer of them in some ways, at least on the ascension side. Would I say he's been my favorite to work on? I don't really pick favorites. It was a fun process because is the is the first time I've done a collaboration with another designer. I've done a few collabs before, and they're always fun. Whoops. Okay. Um, but it is like there's an extra layer of kind of detail that you can get into when it's somebody who is like playtesting on kind of the same level as you, even if he's coming at it from another direction, right? Because he hadn't worked on a champion before. But like it's yeah, it was neat. I've enjoyed a lot of my design processes though. The fact that the mutants were ignored or forgotten for a long time after Ninrod. Kind of, but like we've made a lot of progress there, and there are a lot of mutants released as 7 stars. I don't even think I'm missing that many. Actually, now that we say this, let me go look. Yeah, like Goldpool and the guy who just came out. I'm doing okay. Yeah, actually, now that I say that, let me actually do the full thing. If we just do 7 star. Yeah, see, that was kind of my suspicion. I have more mutants than I have cosmics and techs. And I think cosmic and tech did take me a bit longer to get to 20. But I think a lot of this really is the ascension. Yeah, because that's like thousands spread out over a few of them. That's okay. They got time. Skill might be my favorite class at this point. Been a pretty good spot. As the guy by a designer, pretty heartbreaking. That's okay. Shatterstar's ego can take some notches, or can be taken down some notches. He'll be okay.
Leaving excited for Hobgoblin. I know some people are disappointed in him, but I think he looks fun. We'll definitely see. Like, I hope people enjoy him, right? If he ends up needing something, then hopefully we can find a way to get him something. But yeah. I feel that way in general. I would love to do regular balance passes. As I've said before. All right, I'll close it down on YouTube. Thank you everybody for hanging out.